The special meeting for the School Board of Trustees for the Princeton Independent School District for Monday, February 9th, 2026 at 5:30 PM at the admin building, 804 Maple Avenue, Princeton, Texas. I'd like to start, we've got a quorum. Can we just please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Bow for the invocation. Dear Lord, we ask you for wisdom, patience, and guidance as we serve our students, staff, and community. May our discussions be respectful, our decisions be thoughtful, and our actions always be focused on what's best for our children. In your name we pray, amen. We'll open up for public comments. Do we have any? With no public comments, we'll move to agenda number. I do. Okay, since there's no public comments, we'll move to agenda item number 5, annual goal setting workshop.
So we had a copy of the district goals from last year in your packet, and then in front of you, we've also given you a printout available. And so just wanting to look through and see if there's any adjustments that we need to make to those for this upcoming year.
Did we see anything anybody wanted to remove or change?
I don't know if we want to go in order, but on the second, I guess, Panther, I know there's a section that says, continue to monitor special education, including inclusion. I'm not so sure that I want to support inclusion moving forward, and I would like us to look at not doing inclusion and seeing what the alternatives would be. So I know that probably ought to get you going a little bit, Mac, but I just think it needs to be brought up and talked to about, but if it's in our goal, it's hardly makes sense if we're going to include inclusion if we're looking at removing it.
Can I ask you a question on that, Dwayne? When you say to remove inclusion, what do you mean by removing inclusion?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to let Cindy speak to it because she's a little bit more versed on it. I mean, I have pretty good understanding, but let's.
I just know that I was a teacher in Plano, and I taught resource classes. And the resource classes had special ed students in them with a resource teacher like me. And the students were able to learn at their own pace and learn really well. Like I was able to teach them specifically, and we were able to have smaller classes, and it didn't disrupt the regular classrooms. There are several teachers that have contacted me that hate inclusion, and they say that it's not working, and that it's dumbing down our kids, all of them. It's not addressing the needs of the special education kids, and it's also slowing down the process of learning for the kids that are brighter and can go faster. And I can tell you as a teacher that's done this for years and years, I've done both. I've done inclusion and I've done resource. The resource classes are more effective. They've shown me that I've taught 21 years. They've shown me that in so many years, and now the teachers are asking for that, for us to consider going back to resource classes. And so I want us to just look at it. I'm not saying, let's do it now. I'm saying let's put out I know Mr. Mack told me, we've talked about it, and he thinks it's working well, and so forth. He thinks everybody likes it, but I can tell you that there's a lot of teachers that don't, and I'd like to see some kind of maybe just asking something to put out to the teachers and asking them what they feel about inclusion and resource and which one would be more effective. I just want to be the most effective in teaching our kids, whatever that looks like. I don't really care what it looks like. I don't care what it's called. I just want to make sure that our resource kids, our special ed kids are getting what they need, and our brilliant kids, the ones that are ready to go into college and so forth, are not being slowed down by trying to meet the middle of the road or even less than that, which I have had to do as a teacher because of some of the students. I had a class in Allen with 42 students. 22 of those happened to be resource or special ed kids. And I can tell you, I was not able to teach the same class time that I was able to teach with my other classes that did not have that overload of special ed kids. So I'm coming from experience. I'm coming from concern from the teachers in the district. Some of the teachers are willing to come to a board meeting and talk if that's necessary. But they suggested maybe putting out some kind of a survey and letting them do it anonymously. So what do y'all think about this?
Honestly, I've not heard anyone come to me about it, but I may be in different circles, I don't know. I thought we had discussions that were saying we were actually striving with it, helping the ones that,
Carlos, I'm so sorry, I still can't hear you. I guess your mic isn't picking up very well.
hello, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. But I thought it was being successful. I thought we were capturing some of those students and still excelling with the ones who needed, who were, excelling. We're still trying to get them to continue to strive. So this is kind of news to me, but.
I'd like to see the stats on that, and I'd like to see what's really happening. I just want to inspect what we expect.
And the one piece of information that, just put out there, I think you've got two outlooks on this. When we've talked about success with the inclusion models, we've seen increase in scores of our special ed students by including them into the classroom. So we understand that this can make the classroom teacher's job more difficult with having a wider range of things. So I think you've got to be careful on who you're hearing the conversation from, because there's two totally different points of views. Am I a regular ed teacher who has additional sped kids with resources coming in, and does that make it more difficult for me to teach my class? But what is the best for the kids that we're trying to impact?
I'm hearing from teachers that have been teaching 10, 15, 20 years.
Cindy, to your point earlier, with this, I have heard similar commentary from some of the teaching staff who have been concerned with the difficulty that it's caused on them, trying to manage the classroom, whether it's from a behavioral perspective with some of the resource students, whether it's from trying to make sure that everyone's approaching grade level, but trying to balance that. So I do hear where you're coming from with that. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding where you were going when you said that you wanted us to look at that.
That's exactly right. I just wanted,
So for the purpose
make sure we're
of
doing the best thing we can do.
So for the purpose of tonight's topic, we really just need to strike those words, and then you guys would like us to bring some data back for a discussion on this topic later.
Well, I think a discussion on this topic would be very helpful, especially speaking about the special ed program, and then also, in addition to that, the bilingual program. So I know at our last meeting, Sonia did a presentation on that, and, we would like to see more data on the bilingual program. I'd like to see it as well on special ed, and then we can decide on what we do from there.
And I just want to be careful and to remind the board, we just made this switch 3 years ago. And we started at elementary, then we moved it last year to the middle school, and this is the first year at Lovelady. So this process is just rolling out. We are in the infancy stages, and I'm all for bringing back more data. But I also want to warn the board, we got to be careful of constantly flip-flopping back and forth as well before we have a chance to see what a program can accomplish.
And I brought this up 2 years ago to you, and you said that we just rolled it out. Please give patience. So I've given you 2 more years.
Right, and so
I'm still hearing the same thing.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. The elementary program has been in place. This is its third year, so I think we can get some pretty solid data from that to look at. But we haven't even got the program rolled all the way through the system from where the last change was. So I'm all for, I can bring you anything. I just don't have any of that data for you tonight because that was not something on my radar, so.
So can we not change that district goal to being exploring the value or the data of the inclusion, instead of just saying completely removing it? Maybe we look into seeing how it's working. Cindy, would that be a good compromise?
Say that one more time so I can put it in my head.
Exploring the value add of us moving to this inclusive model, instead of just saying we're gonna wipe it out, because I think that's what you were saying, like, take that off. That's what Dwayne was saying, is just take it off. I think we probably should explore, like, the value add of it, and maybe we should have data of how it was before we moved to the inclusive model, that we can do like a comparison and continue to strive to explore if this is the best approach for us as a district right now with us moving to.
I'm just not sure I want it to be a district goal to keep it without examining it first.
But that's what I'm saying, instead of saying just keep it, let's explore it.
Explore the value of inclusion within the last few years.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. I guess that would be okay.
Okay.
But I don't know that we want exploration in a goal. We put that on there because we wanted to include it at the time. I think the rest of that statement, continue to monitor special education, can be the goal. We don't need the inclusion on there if that's not a definite direction. And then we can bring back the discussion and data points to have the discussion. I don't
I
have any
agree with
problem
that.
with any of that. I don't think that necessarily called out. It's currently in our model of special education program. If we decide to alter that, then the goal without it would still accomplish the same thing. Does that make
I
sense?
agree with that.
Yeah.
And we're not saying that just by taking it off, we're striking it now. We're going to have a
not
discussion.
abandoning
We're going to
it.
look at data. I don't think it needs to be in there to make that a clean district goal, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that's
makes
fine.
sense to me. I think that part of this is also going to come up in the next point that we're going to, next Panther we're going to get to when we're talking about teachers, and this will come up again, just in pressure and things like that. But, just to kind of echo a little bit of what Cindy was hearing, I was hearing from, my limited interaction with teachers. I don't hear as much as you do, but certainly a frustration of class environment with some special ed, disrupting the class in a way that they can't teach. And we're pushing to get better results, but they can't teach because they're being interrupted, or disrupted classes are happening. So, maybe it's still an inclusion model to a certain extent, a hybrid model or something like that. But I know that you guys can work on that and try and bring something back. But I definitely want to have it looked at. And this wasn't new to me, like right tonight. This was something I talked about with Cindy probably 9 months ago, something like that. And I was like, we should change. We got to improve this. But certainly this is a good time to at least know that it's on our radar, and so you guys can know to look into it and see what we can do.
And I think something we can add to that, for the Panther says ensure full continuum of services. I think that's a given. Like that's really the bare minimum, is to provide those services. I think what we could reassessing and evaluating these services that we're providing as a district, so that way it can be a live goal that we're constantly looking at the programs that we have. That maybe that could be a better way to word that.
The full continuum of services? I mean,
ensure full continuum, that's a given, right? That shouldn't really, I think as a district goal, well, of course we're gonna do that, that's what we're expected to do. I think as a goal, it should be to continue to assess and evaluate the programs that we're providing to these students, which would include inclusion.
But aren't goals typically something that we're striving to accomplish, not the evaluation of what we're trying to accomplish? I mean, we evaluate these programs on a very regular basis on our level, and when the board requests it, we bring that data to the board as well. But I don't think.
So how regular, I guess, are they evaluated? Because fill me in on that. How
Yeah.
regular?
I think our district goals are going to be somewhat generic because, and I think we don't want to get lost in the weeds of the specifics, as far as how we do how the direction we're telling you to do the specific direction on some of those things.
Right, which was the argument we made back when we first put the inclusion into the goal was, do we really want to get that specific, or do we want to stay with what the generic thing is that we're doing, is making sure that we have services, and then whatever the service is at the time is a fluctuating piece,
The goal is generic. Okay, see, I didn't know that, so that's good to know.
And I think at the time, when I first got on the board, the special education wasn't being run as it is today. The amount of staff we had, the pairs we had, the teacher-student ratio has changed a lot over the last 4 years. And possibly because we weren't focused really on that as much. And so now that we have done that, this seems kind of like, well, of course we're doing that. Well, we weren't at one point. It wasn't to the extent it is today.
That makes a lot more sense to me now. Thank you for explaining that.
So what are we doing with this?
So to this point, all I have is that we're striking the including inclusion off of the actual deal and just leaving it as continue to monitor special education programs.
If we want to go on to the next Panther, I'll give my thoughts unless someone else wants to jump in.
I'd like to go back. I know we skipped down to the second Panther, but I want to go back to the first one. So one of the second part, I guess, in the first Panther says, continue current discipline plan in a manner that changes behavior. I don't want to continue the current plan. I want us to improve it district-wide. So I just didn't like that terminology when I read that, and I don't have the answer as to how we can just say we're going to continue the current. I don't want to continue the current. We got to do better. So
I'd
I
agree.
mean, we can put on there strive to, strive to, implement implement discipline plans that.
I'm not sure how to say that. It was just something that jumped out at me. I wrote it down in my other notes, but
Is the goal because to say implement when we don't know what it is, is that an investigate?
yeah, I'd say investigate.
Alternative disciplinary plans?
Yes. I like that.
Because that's where we're at.
Right.
If that's what you're saying as a group you want us to do, is what are the new changes?
Investigate alternative disciplinary actions and plans
What
in a
about
manner that changes behavior. I love
what about monitor and investigate? Because if we monitor and see something that we can change, that's when we. But if we're doing some things that we're doing right, we need to.
We have something that we're doing well, like let's monitor that. But we all kind of know there's some changes that can happen to improve what we've been doing. So maybe monitor and investigate how we can improve the disciplinary plan that we have, something to that effect. Like what works well, I'm good with it, but we got some things that aren't working well, so we need to investigate other options, other alternatives, to your point, Mr. McIntyre.
What we're doing isn't working. And so we have to figure out other ways to improve that. We had an uprising of parents in the last month or so because of discipline issues. And I do believe that we have made changes that are for the better. And I do believe that we should have zero tolerance on bullying and zero tolerance on, what should I call it? Actually causing harm to people. And so we really have to get serious about our discipline. I think we are in our minds serious, but I'm not sure it's portraying to everyday things that happen. And I think I said this one time. I went into Princeton High School and was just visiting, and it was at lunchtime. And I went into the bathroom right next to the lunchroom, and it smelled like a weed factory. And it wasn't just one person in there. It couldn't have been. It smelled like a horrible weed factory. And I brought the principals in, And I said, how can this happen 6 feet from the lunchroom with all these principals here? We do not want our kids doing drugs, period. And we have to be able to inspect that and make sure that they're.
And I understand the point you're trying to make, Cindy, but the one thing I would challenge the board to try to help us with here is what exactly you think that we're doing in our discipline plan that isn't right. I mean, it's very easy to say because we're having incidents of things that have happened at the school that the plan is bad. It's a little harder to actually give us some feedback that helps and is actionable to move towards a better answer. I've had this conversation with multiple of you one-on-one about, well, we got to do something. Okay, help me, because I promise you, we have no principals and we have no APs that are sitting out there going, it's okay for the kids to do drugs at school. It's okay for them to have fights. And so I just want to challenge you a little bit here to think past just oh, that's happening, so we have a problem.
So I do have an idea, and I did bring it up to Mr. McIntyre, and I'd like to bring it up for the board consideration. I think we should hire a dean of discipline for our high school and a dean of discipline
Let's focus this on goals, though, right? I get.
for our Lovelady High School too, and have those two people. I had a long list of things. I didn't bring them with me there on my phone, but a long list of things that they could be doing to help with our discipline and taking care of the issues that are arising at the high schools primarily. And I just think that's a really good idea. Some schools do have deans of discipline.
They do. They have dean of students, too.
Dean of students, dean of discipline,
To your point, I think that we should make that an agenda item.
Yeah,
and discuss
that's-
that. For
But he was asking for ideas. I was just throwing them out.
Not for them to be right now. I mean,
So my suggestion, Mr. McIntyre, would be
Yes, ma'am.
that we investigate and improve the current disciplinary plan in a manner that continues to change behavior. That would be my suggestion on how we can change this district goal.
one more time, investigate.
And improve the current disciplinary plan.
How about investigate improvements to the current disciplinary
Yes,
plan?
I like that.
Strengthening
See,
strategic
look at us when we
strategies.
work together.
Investigate improvements to the current disciplinary plan in a manner that will change behavior.
Yes.
Effectively change behavior. Yeah.
That changes behavior, yeah.
Thank you.
Does that change anything from what the workshops you had before? No. Okay. Anything else on First Panther?
Say that again.
Anything else on the First Panther?
I cannot hear his voice range.
He said, is there anything else?
I
on
just heard
First
him,
Panther?
thank you.
Okay.
It's just, what I was saying to myself is, you know how you lose hearing? I think I've
Okay.
lost hearing in Carlos's range of
I'm sorry.
voice. I'm sorry.
And has anybody got anything else on the First Panther? No. All right, we'll move anything else on the Second Panther? With the third one, anything on the Third Panther?
I've got I guess it's the second bullet point there. I just want to add something either to that or make another bullet point, but was to review and remove tasks that or add unnecessary pressure on the teachers. My thinking is that we have our teachers doing lots of tasks that aren't teaching. And if there was a way we could look at those things and figure out a way to remove whatever those are, not sure, need the staff help on this, but if we could pull some of that away from the teachers, take that pressure off their plate. And I realize it's because we've always done it a certain way, and that's why we do it the way we do it. But I'm looking at it from the outside, out of the box. Why do we have our teachers attend all the meetings they attend? They're just things that we do. And I don't know what all those are, but I just want to look at those, evaluate them, and remove them.
What meetings are you in reference to?
Well, I'm going to just throw out, and I know you're going to have a pushback, but that's okay. 504s, maybe the teacher's got to be there, but do they have to be to every meeting? I don't know. You've got all the acronyms, so.
Not all the teachers that a child sees in a day attends the 504 meetings or those ARD meetings. It's only one or two teachers that attend that, but they send out a questionnaire survey to all of the child's teachers to fill out. And then one, maybe two teachers will attend that meeting if it's, I don't know how.
And
I'm
that's,
assuming
and
it
that's
works
law
on
that we
there.
have somebody there as a representative that actually is a classroom teacher of the kids in those meetings, so.
But the problem is that they're taking their conference periods. And so they may wind up with only 3 conference periods that week and have 2 meetings that week. And the conference period should be guarded. That's their time to prepare. And like I was a biology teacher, I had to set up labs and tear down labs. And
If it's set by law, do we have a leeway around that?
And that's what I'm asking. Let's review that and say, is there some of these things that we just default to, the teacher has to be involved in, when maybe we don't have to default that? I'm not saying we're going to drop all teachers for 504s, because maybe law says we can't do that, but maybe one teacher isn't getting as much burden as the other teacher. I don't know, but I'm talking about each of these things that aren't.
So how would you like to write that as a goal?
Review, now, you can reword this, but this is what I wrote. Review and remove tasks that add unnecessary pressure on our teachers.
But I don't think attending a meeting like that for your student is an unnecessary task. To me.
You're centering on just a meeting, and that's why I hesitated to just say
Right.
that. But how about having our teachers call all the parents through the week? They have to call all those kids.
That's what their conference periods are for.
But
That is what their conference
do they need to
period is
call? I've got a
Put it in
parent
a
receiving
list.
3 calls or 4 calls in one day. Is that necessary?
If they,
Depends on the kid.
if their child has multiple teachers, then
Just put it in.
that's gonna have to go with
I'm
having a
saying-
child with multiple teachers.
All I'm saying is to review it and
Yeah.
to look at it and say, is there a way that we can reduce some of the tasks that we expect teachers to do that aren't involving really teaching? They're not the primary goal of the teacher.
I would just like to guard their conference periods so they have time to do the things that they're supposed to do. Because if they don't, then they're doing them in the evening or coming in early in the morning or having to use their lunch period. Been there, done that.
I definitely see where you guys are going with that. I think like the phone calls, I know like for a 504, there has to be a gen ed teacher to represent that child. Sometimes there's one teacher that has several kids in a 504 plan, so that one teacher does end up using a lot of conferences. The phone calls, I think, is one that it has been a constant one since it started. I believe the goal is to call 5 parents a week. And that one does take up a lot of conference time when a lot of the time is the kid's doing fine. I'm sure there was a reason for that goal. I'm sure maybe some teachers weren't communicating enough, but to apply that to all the teachers when a lot of them were already doing a good job at communicating, that one does take away a lot of the conference time. So I'm on board about definitely like protecting the conference time when possible. And I think the phone call is definitely one that takes up a lot of their time.
So if we analyze what a teacher does through her whole day, and we could take probably 10 teachers, I bet we're going to have some repetitive items that maybe we could look at and say, we're really just adding busy work and it's not needed. And I don't know what that item is. I'm just saying, let's look at it as a goal.
What do we,
Review it and eliminate things that aren't needed.
And my question to that is also, it says, this was a goal from 25-26. It says implement methods, programs or services to relieve stress. So my question is, what are the methods, what have we implemented that has helped with this so far, Mr. McIntyre? So I'm aware of those things. So maybe we can build on that or scratch what we've been doing and start with something better.
and we can look at those and discuss those if we'd like. One thing I think that may, you want to go ahead and say?
Go ahead.
That may help in what Dwayne's saying is if on the second tab, implement methods, programs, services to relieve stress among staff, including teacher schedules.
Okay,
something like
that's
that.
good.
It's
Mhm,
somewhat
I like that.
generic and then, but I'm sorry, go.
Yeah.
When would be a good time for that, for what Ms. Lisbeth's requesting?
I think we're getting there with that, and that's all I want to do, is look at it.
Understand?
Thank you. I think that just us being aware of all of this and talking through it is a good thing.
So we're gonna keep that as is, the implement methods. What are the methods? We'll just talk about it later.
I can get that list to you. I did not come with that prepared tonight, so I will have to talk with the principals. We basically have asked our principals to do a lot of that, so I can bring back some of the things they do. I know we increased and budgeted some funding, extra funding for each campus, so that they could do some things with their campus-wide to help with those areas. So I can get that list put together and bring that back to you.
Thank you.
Anything else on Third Panther?
So I know this was on there previously, and I do want us to revisit and discuss potentially putting it back. As our district's demographics continue to shift over the past few years, I'd like us to be more intentional about recruiting educators that reflect the demographics of our student population. I know this may not always be fully attainable, but making it a priority can positively impact the student connection, from my vantage point.
Are you thinking under the last Panther there, when we're talking about providing for growth and ever-changing demographics?
Maybe we can add
That, I believe that's where it was located in the past.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
So how would you like that worded as a bullet underneath that?
Can we go back to what we had the last time?
Well,
know if you
I don't
access
have
to
that
it, but, like,
in front of me. Let me
can
see if
we-
I can.
Can we pull that up and see what we had for that? I remember it being there, and when the board changed 2 years ago, it was taken off, and I would like to put it back, or at least consider that.
I just want to say one thing. I just want to hire the best person for the job that's going to take care of the kids. I don't care about anything else. I want the best person.
I understand that, and I 100% agree, but I think it does make a positive impact to students to actually see teachers that look like them. It's just my opinion.
We're having trouble attracting teachers, period. I think we have 64 people that are teaching that aren't even teachers, that don't have a teaching certificate. And so
It doesn't mean that you stop trying.
that doesn't mean we should stop trying, but I'm just saying that it's a really difficult time.
I'm not arguing that. I completely understand that.
Yeah.
But I know that there are people out there, and it can be a goal. That's why we said goal, right?
So do you know what you want to put in there? What you would
I'd
like?
like for him to pull up.
I'm trying to look real quick. I'm sorry. Give me a second.
I think the goal says it already, provide for the growth and ever-changing demographics of Princeton ISD. Does that not say it?
I think Starler wants a little more specific. I don't.
Do.
While you're looking at, do we have an issue with,
Amy, do you have the copy of? Why don't you run in there and see? Because I know you've got those old copies saved there. I don't have that. I'm trying to go look at the old meetings. Now, I think you're gonna have to go back a
couple
couple
years, yeah.
Amy, it might have been 2 or 3. The other thing that I did have on here is something I wanted us to review, or like we said, monitor the teacher incentive pay program. I'd also like for us to review what we're doing with stipends,
that,
like for all of our coaches and individuals. I know that's been a hot topic, but just kind of keep an eye on that as well.
would incentive programs not be part of that?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once. The teacher incentive pay program that's going to be different. That's going to be the TIA program that's funded through the state that we're using for. I really think, Starla, when we come to doing the contracted salaries in March, that if you want an analysis of stipends to come back with teacher pays, because, we always give you the comparison of the teachers, the admin, hourly, everything else at that March meeting. We can easily do a stipend comparison as well with the very similar group. It's a little harder to find those than it is some of the salary stuff that I present to you, but we've got time to try to get out and find that and bring back a comparison and take a look at those. But I don't know that that necessarily has to be a goal, but I can do that for you, if that makes sense.
Yes. In that instance, it does not have to be a goal.
Do we have an issue with,
Jackie, will you make a note of that for March meeting stipend evaluation to help me pull that? You got it, thank you.
the substitute teachers? Are we still having issues trying to get effective? Does that have to be, should that be a goal? The effect number, to investigate ways to increase the number of effective substitutes available? Is that an issue we're still having? It is, okay. Okay.
So do we need to increase the number?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we're hiring those constantly, Dwayne. I mean, there's not a set number of substitute. We post those and we're working that hire all the time. For subs, we don't have a set number that we're going to stop.
We have a certain number that we hire to.
The full-time positions,
Right,
correct.
that's what we're talking about.
And that's what I thought we were talking about, was the amount of full-time.
We've-
Isn't it 12, or is it higher than that?
Well, we were increasing schools, so we need higher. They're saying higher.
Well, that was kind of.
Hey, it's a good way to find teachers then.
That's probably good, but, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's got a double benefit then.
But it's only on the generic piece, though. The generic piece doesn't have that. It was a small bullet, remember, we don't post all of those.
I know we don't want different classrooms sitting in a gym not doing anything.
Well, I think then our way that we're doing is working, as far as that was part of our intent. So that
Right.
piece is working. I don't know that we need to change that, but to look for other ways is never a problem. So in light of the goal, do we need to change the wording on it, or is the wording still good?
I think it's still good if that's
need to
still an issue, yeah.
increase it.
Investigating.
Yeah, because we're gonna look for better ways to do it if we can, so.
The next item, bonding activities. I don't even know what we did last year. Is there something happening that?
So, the things in parentheses there have kind of fallen by the wayside as we got bigger, but we have, we had the water park experience that we did for that. I'm sorry? We did it at the beginning of the school year as well. It got rained out. We are going to have a rain day coming up in, I've got to look at the date. We've got a makeup date coming up for that we'll be posting once we get that scheduled. And then we've also, last year, we also had the pickleball lessons that we scheduled into last year. So we're still looking for having some of those activities and things out there for staff. The attendance of them, what we kind of heard, we used to have a reoccurring weekly activity like the bowling league and the Topgolf league that reoccurred and happened for 6 or 8 weeks and reoccurred. Those kind of became less popular in favor of a one-day event instead, so.
Okay, well, he looks at that. Do we have anything else for that Panther that anybody wants to look at?
How are we doing on developmental academies?
They're going strong. We still have our academies, our aspiring AP Academy is still going strong right now, correct? And then we still have our AP Academy, we're meeting with them once a month. Counselor Academy meets once a month, and the principal, we meet with them once a month for those as well. So
They're
those-
being effective?
I believe so, yes. Based on our current interviews that we're having, I think it's been. I can find some language. I understand where you're headed there, Starla, and so I think we can get to that language and, we'll type this up for the official approval next month as the actual word for word clearance. I've got your deal. I'm sorry, I apologize. I just can't find
Oh,
that.
no, you're fine. I just wanted us to, I wanted to bring it back up. I didn't want us to remove it when we did, and I expressed that then, so I'm re-expressing it now, especially as we're growing.
Okay. We'll move on to the next Panther, foster community and student involvement.
I also have one thing on this. I know we have improved community awareness of school activities, team schedules, posters, flyers, et cetera. I think I've seen more from a communication perspective. I've seen more with what we've done with the social media. It has drastically increased since, last year, and I'm proud of what we're doing. One of the things I would like for us to potentially consider adding is partnering more closely with the city to see where we have some synergies. Like, we started doing the trunk or treats, and I know we had looked into trying to partner with them for that. Is there anything else that we could partner with them on to kind of get the community
So the trunk or treats, I think, went away because we had back,
many campuses?
we used to have an issue where we didn't have enough neighborhoods with safe sidewalks and things along those lines. So we'd have trunk or treat where they could go to their school and do that. Now, as we have such big communities that kids can go, those trunk or treats kind of didn't.
But we did partner with the city's event this year when they had it out at the park. And we have lots of organization that wants to do that and go out there and be a part of those. And so I 100% agree with you, Starla. And we work with Parks and Recs quite often, and they'll call us and talk to us about things they're doing. And we've offered several times to help out with those, even their fishing tournaments, anything like that. So they're going to do, how can we get kids out there in organizations? So I 100% agree with you that that's a good avenue for us to continue to look at.
Do we want to put something on that for that to, because continue a partnership with the community?
Just a
to
third
see-
bullet that.
Yeah, to see where we can,
Continue partnerships on city events.
where they're mutually beneficial for our students and community.
I like the words purposeful partnerships.
I like that. I do like that. I was thinking of intentional before you had said that, but yes, I like purposeful.
So continue purposeful partnerships on city events.
Yes.
I like that. Okay.
The last one, provide for the growth and ever-changing demographic for Princeton ISD.
And that's where I've added that or the bullet point. I'm hearing about hiring diverse staff to match our population. Correct? So if you don't mind, I'm going to recap my notes because this is what we'll be typing up from as we come back to. First Panther, second Paw, investigate improvements to our current disciplinary plan in a manner that changes behavior. Everybody good with that wording? Is that what I've heard?
Yes.
Okay. And then second Panther, second bullet, continue to monitor special education programs.
Can
Yes? Okay.
we
include-
add?
Yes. That's what I was gonna
bilingual?
say.
And I was gonna say, yeah, because we have it up in
Special
the,
We have-
education and bilingual.
includes,
We have bilingual in the one up above.
which we have special ed in the one above
Well,
too.
special ed could
But to
be
con- to
considered
monitor, maybe,
under et cetera in the one above, but
Well, I agree.
I think the
Because-
difference was, is back when we put the continue to monitor special education, that's when we weren't monitoring it and things were just not, it wasn't high on our agenda. And so that was probably why it was added as a bullet point.
I really am going to object to your wording there, but I understand the
Okay.
sentiment that you're giving.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That was at a point in time when the board thought we needed to take some extra looks at some of the processes and procedures that were happening in that program. We by no means were not monitoring that program.
I
So-
misspoke in saying it that way.
Thank you for saying
Yeah,
that.
So now with that same, would you not agree that looking at the bilingual programs would be a similar thing?
I don't think that every time you want us to bring back information and reevaluate a program, that needs to be a goal as the board. I mean, we're saying we're offering the services and we're talking about the services that are there. Do we really want every single time that we want to relook at a program to put that on as a board goal? Because we're going to do that throughout the year.
It's already a goal, basically, in there that,
But have we been actually doing that? Have we done that with bilingual? Have we done?
Yes,
that
we have
with-
done it multiple times with
with,
bilingual.
GT,
Yes.
so we have done that like, I guess every year? We,
Staff continually goes through that all the time. When we pull data after every session of test, we're looking at all of those sub-pops, and we're looking for ways to improve those. We do those all the time on a regular basis. When the board requests additional information that they would like to see, then we bring that information to the board or go down any other new avenues that the board has asked us to do.
so why can't we just move GT to that second bullet and bilingual to that second bullet? If special education and inclusion is still getting, like, those are different from 504s, it's different from Kate, it's different from dyslexia, those programs are so different, so for those to be grouped up,
Do we want to focus on GT and bilingual? Is that what, because I think
I
that's
think we
what
should
the,
always focus on
Well-
all of those.
Well, then why do I need to separate them out?
Why special education?
that's what I'm saying, because I think that was a
Because at that
focus.
point in the time, the board was saying that we needed to focus on that more than anything else because they did not like the results we were getting at that point in time.
So as of now, the way it's going to be written, is it gonna be just one big paragraph there, or are we still going to have special education separate on the second bullet? That's my question.
I mean, that's a question. Do we need to have special education as a separate bullet, or do we just want to include it with that?
Or could we
I think it's
just,
included. I
could-
think it's okay.
could we not just say continue to monitor programs or student programs?
Well, that's what the Panther says. Is
I was gonna
Right.
say, yeah.
Yeah, well,
And
then,
so the Panther was there, and then at one point in time, somebody wanted us to list out what programs we were talking about for student programs. So we listed all the student programs that were, or examples of all of those, with the et cetera there, to encompass anything else that we did. And then at some point, somebody thought special ed needed more attention, so it got added on there again. But I agree with you, it's basically repetition.
yeah.
Yep, yeah. Do
It
we need
is.
a,
It is
just
a
to include
repetition.
special education, just first tab and then?
So really, we need the Panther and we need the first bullet is all we need there.
Yes.
That's all we need, yeah.
And then we could
Yeah.
just remove that second bullet.
Okay.
I do have one more thing I'd like to look at as a goal, and that's promoting more diligently our associate programs. I believe that some of our kids are leaving a lot of money on the table and not really realizing the opportunities they have to leave the high school with a 2-year degree.
I don't think that that's accurate, Cindy.
No, I think,
Speaking as, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
I'm just saying, speaking as an actual parent with kids in the district right now, our staff is doing an amazing job letting them know that they could do that. They actually started on me with my daughter when she was like in the 7th grade. She's in the 9th grade now. And
I'm going to echo that. The amount of communications we get from my daughter
It's
is,
Like, I'm gonna be honest.
Borderline
I'm still looking at it
obsessive.
Personally, like.
They do a great job.
They do a great job with that. The thing is that not all students wanna take on that responsibility.
Oh, I know that.
And where, like, I mean, we've even gone through this whole conversation with my daughter. My son wanted to do it. So he got down that track, he did the dual credits, he took what he could get, as he was getting ready to go off to college. Now that he's graduated and gone off to college, that's great for him. My daughter's coming through. She's not the same kid. And she's like, I don't want to do that. I want to enjoy being in high school. I'll deal with college when I get there. And as a parent, I can push her as much as I can, but I'm trying to respect that. So I wouldn't say that we haven't done a good job.
I didn't say they didn't do a good job. I said I would like, this is what my words were. I want to promote associate degree programs in our school more diligently. That's what I said.
But what I'm saying is, it currently
They are already
is.
doing it.
Yeah.
And if you were, like, if you were actually getting the notices, you would know that. Like, every parent of every student gets this.
You don't think we can do it any better? We're doing it absolutely perfect.
Honestly, I'm tired, I'll be honest, I'm tired of the multiple emails.
Are you really?
I am.
Yes.
And it's not just from one counselor, it is from all of the counselors. So I'm just going to be honest, my inbox is full.
I'd like to recognize the counselors and thank them for a job well done.
Yes, yes. They have been doing a really good job, so.
And I think
I just really wanted to make sure that every student was understanding the seriousness and the outcomes that they could get from that.
Yeah, we can't control it. But I think if you look at the number of students that graduate with some, like every year,
That number has gone up.
yeah, they ask them to stand, and, you know, the number of students who graduate with an associate's has continually gone up every year. And then now the number of students who have some college credit that are graduating, it's pretty big too.
Well, the
So-
number of our graduating class has gone up substantially too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, but that leads me to believe that we're doing a pretty good job in that aspect.
Okay, I just
But
want to
I'm
make sure.
with you on monitoring it though, and to see if there needs to be any changes to it. But I can tell you, as somebody that receives them, it's overwhelming, the amount of communication that we get about that.
I'm so happy.
Because when my oldest graduated, compared to when he was a senior to now my current senior, huge difference.
Good.
So they're doing a good job.
That's good to hear.
That was the hope, but I need to
Just
I need
keep
to
on,
make sure I've
keep
got
it
all the rest
on,
of the
keep the
changes
pressure
that
on.
I thought we needed. Okay, so Second Panther, remove the second bullet, so now we just have the Second Panther with one bullet. That is the way it reads originally. Third Panther, second bullet, added the word including schedules to that statement. Right?
Yes.
And I think
Including teacher schedules?
I
Okay,
think we said teacher schedules.
We
is what
did.
I wrote down.
I wrote it down.
got it. Thank you. Implement methods, programs, or services to relieve stress among staff, including teacher schedules. And then Fourth Panther added a new bullet, continue purposeful partnerships on city events. And then last Panther, new bullet about hiring diverse populations of teachers to match our student population.
Just investigate.
Okay?
I missed one, I'm sorry, on the first Panther, 1, 2, 3, fourth pot down, implement additional security protocols on all campuses. I understand when we did that and why that was necessary. Do we still need to implement additional, or are we doing?
I think with security being on the forefront, we're always having that. I know Mr. Collins works hard and always looking at what other people are doing and new things. And if you'll remember when this summer, when we did the last thing, we added some new protocols. So I don't think that's one that needs to go away. I don't think it's necessarily that there's going to be major overhauls in our program, because I think we're doing really good. I actually had someone tell me today that they've never felt more safe than they do in Princeton ISD schools with the things that we've put in place, which is a great comment to the things that the board has pushed and the things that our marshals and our SROs have done. But I think we do want to always keep up with changes and applications there, Dwayne. So, I mean, I would request that that one stays.
So could we reword it though, to say to continue to investigate and implement?
I think it, personally, I think that it's good the way it's worded, because
Yeah, I'm okay
you
with
have to
that.
continue to do
Well, I mean, we
that.
could just put continually monitor security protocols on all
Yes,
campus.
I like that, because implementation, the reason we worded it like this the last time was because of what we had going on at that time. We had security, yes, that we were trying to get implemented, and we had to kind of space it out beyond that.
So what are we writing?
Continually monitor security protocols on all campuses, which we know means we'll come to you at that yearly meeting or any time other to add.
All right, anything else on those?
Nope, so we don't need any action there tonight because I will actually type that up and then we will approve those. But we will be implementing these with the district site base as our basic understanding of what we've approved tonight because we've already had the first 2 meetings of that. And so we will be using this to adopt the priority action items of that plan with the community. Everybody good with that? Then the actual verbiage, we have the intent of what you're asking here and we'll get the verbiage approved at the next meeting on a written sample. Sound good?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, item number 6, executive session.
I'll make a motion that we move into executive session.
Hold on, yeah. Executive session, conduct superintendent evaluation pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussion personnel. B, discussion extension of superintendent contract pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel. Item C, discussion superintendent salary schedule pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel. D, discussion and considering the purchase of property pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.072, discussing purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Okay. Yeah, I'll take a motion.
Now I'll make the motion that we move into executive session.
Got a motion, Ms. Sharp,
I'll second that motion.
second from Mr. Kelly. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously.
Got 627.
Yeah, we'll go into executive session 627. Do we want to release staff?
Yes, I would like to release staff at this time.
Agree.
Well, they're welcome to.
Have a good day. Appreciate you guys.
For those watching online, any action that is taken on those items will happen back in session and we will come back online.
We will move on to item number 7. Consider and take action on any matters addressed in executive session. A, extension of the superintendent contract. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to extend Mr. McIntyre's contract by 1 year.
Got a motion, Mr. Kelly. Second.
I second.
Got a second by Mr. Campbell. Discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. Move on to
Josh, are we broadcasting? Are we good?
okay.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
So we've made a motion to extend superintendent's contract by Mr. Kelly, second by Mr. Campbell. All those, motion passed unanimously. We'll move on to item number, 7B, superintendent salary schedule.
I'd like to make a motion to increase Mr. McIntyre's salary and benefits by 3% for school year 26, 27.
I got a motion, Mr. Kelly,
I'll second.
second by Mr. Washington. All those in favor, or discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to item 7C, consider and take possible action regarding the purchase of property.
I don't think that's something we need.
We need direction, just,
Sorry, I need a motion to proceed as directed.
I'll make a motion to Mr. McIntyre to proceed as directed.
a motion by Mr. Kelly. Second by Ms. Ledesma. Discussions? All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. No more items to be considered. We will adjourn at 11:19.